Tomorrow is my friends. Tomorrow you will handle the fourth, the 15th, the 16th, and the 7th. The fourth tomorrow, please don't miss. Because why the international exams are they are spending, these are all the relations, they're going to 200 sheep. These are dollars, they dollars. The man is the personality of Dr. Tony Brown, the PhD from America. I love that family. Please, why am starting to give a key percentage? So you can imagine if you miss tomorrow, you'll be already on your phone telling your police where are you, when is about to leave. That's what I'm talking about. The fourth module is going to be the holistic development of any mental and spirit. Holistic. You can't police go down to their mission. God for them. Please stand and become president because we saw the mission. Holistic, complete, whole. That is but look at it for you. If you are in the classroom 10 years every day of the day, that's graduation, you hear 90% of your students, every time they have a job, they lose it because of poor character. It is not me. That's how we do it in Nigeria. In the Western, you can say, it is not me. Colleagues, where are your students? Have you ever found where your students are? Dr. Tony Brown is going to touch base the holistic development of the educator, because you cannot talk about holistic education and the production of learners when university of your hospital. Am I talking sense here? You first become a corporate, then you become you have the capability to now produce a complete holistic child. Dr. Tony Brown is going to touch that. The last one is now the application of moral and innovative leadership. It was the other time when we said the head teacher is there. The head teacher, I have a supervisor. Everyone is a leader in the 21st century. Whether a cleaner or a security guard, everybody is the what? Even a timekeeper is the leader. The moment we take that understanding, then we demonstrate it by building moral and innovative capabilities. We demonstrate moral and innovative leadership, which we are going to learn. We are going to be efficient science and arts teachers. We are going to become good school inspectors of schools and also district education officers. We are going to become good Ministry of Education officials because holistically, we are not only waiting at the Minister of Education, but we ourselves are able to demonstrate moral and innovative leaders. Unless you are a leader, then you will be able to be inspired to walk the journey of working for the country, using education to transform the nation. Are you seeing that? But if you are that teacher who says, I am just teaching chemistry, but you cannot connect your chemistry to national transformation, we get you out of the classroom. Because it's only more and innovative leaders who connect whatever they are doing every day to national transformation. This is what we want right now. Then you can produce holistic, transformative students who can benefit the country. So, Dr. Tony Vine, as we go for breakfast, I wanted to use this opportunity that the program
different concepts of education, and I understand that Uganda is going through, is revising its education policies as we speak. I was in a whole bunch of meetings yesterday with Milton and the team. We visited Grace at the Uganda Curriculum Development Center, Director of Standards, ICT, and so on and so forth. The agency that oversees TVETs, look at that. And we were saying, they were telling me that they're actually, and you know this very well, the country is going through vision, and that's super encouraging, and they're collecting inputs from all of you, right? And I've seen this many times throughout the decades. And often what happens, right, with new national education policies is that we often just repeat the same old story over and over and over and over again. And what happens is that it tends to gravitate towards structures, systems, curriculum, assessment, governance, this type of thing. And what is missed over and over and over again is the essence of transformation, right? The essence of what needs to be changed is missed over and over and over again. And what that is, the essence is the transformation of educators and students. So we have to transform ourselves first, holistically. We talk about holistic up here. This school is a holistic school, right? But the intent of that statement is that the students should grow holistically, but the teachers and educators are off the hook. And what we're seeing here today is that we as leaders, we have to set the example, right? We have to work on transform ourselves first and create the example and create the model, okay? And that's what we're going to get into here. So, to kind of like sum up what is the current purpose of education, it's lifelong learning. I was at the Transforming Education Summit at the UN in 2022. It was the first time that the UN hosted a 3-day Transforming Education Summit. We're doing a 3-day workshop here today. There was Ministry of Education representatives all over Africa, right? From Uganda even. And the entire world, the Philippines, the United States, major corporate leaders were there. And Antonio Guterres, the General Secretary of the UN, he gave a keynote address. And the essence of his address was that education should focus not on learning how to go to school, but lifelong learning, right? Now, I have an issue with that statement, because that statement only anchors ourselves in the conventional model of education. And I'll explain why. Okay? So, the conventional model of education goes straight in each other. It's a pyramid that's turned upside down. And the major content of that pyramid is the acquisition of knowledge. And in fact, this is what we do as educators every semester, every year, is that teachers transmit knowledge, and then what happens at the end of the year? What do all educators do? You have final exams, correct? And what are you assessing? How much did you memorize, right? So we've been in this cycle for 300 years. Now let me ask you this. Supposing some of your students got straight A's, would you be really proud if most of your class that you have labored over for the last year that they got straight A's? Would you be proud of that? You would? How many people would be proud of that if most of your class got straight A's? Yeah, I think you would be proud of that. But now, let's ask another question. A student who got straight A's, how does that determine what kind of character they have? Has that any relationship to their character? How trustworthy they are? How honest they are? It has nothing to do with it. So we are assessing the wrong thing. We're focused on the wrong goal. Stephen Covey, who wrote The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, he talked about the ladder leaning against the wrong tree. We're focused on the wrong outcomes, in my opinion. Okay? And this is something we want to reflect on deeply this afternoon. And we're going to be calling on all of us to change the game here, right? And in fact, there's kind of a joke going around in the education sector, right? And then it goes like this, that in our classrooms, we have 21st century students. I just explained that a few minutes ago. We have Generation Alpha, the generation that was born in the 21st century. The first generation, we have 21st century students in our classrooms, taught by 20th century teachers, using a 19th century curriculum on an 18th century calendar. Now we laugh at that, right? It's kind of a joke. The irony is that it's true. This is true. This is what's going on, okay? And this is barely education for a living. We are not getting the outcome. I was in the Philippines in December. I was meeting with educational officials from the Department of Education. That's what they call the Ministry of Education there. And they were saying, hey, Tony, you know, in the Philippines, the Department of Education gets the largest chunk of the national budget, more than defense, more than any other sector, other department. But he said, year in, year out, we just get the same outcome over and over and over and over again, right? It's the same in the United States, right? We spend a lot of money on education and we are doing very badly, even on basic things like reading, physics, arithmetic, mathematics, so on and so forth. So it doesn't matter if you're the developing nation, we are not getting outcomes, okay? So we have to kind of rethink the purpose of education. And it is not, oh yeah, you keep going, problems, yeah, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. You keep going, I'll tell you when to stop. Yeah, there. So it's not helping us if we look to the past. So that's all we do. We look at the past, hoping we get some good insight from that, right? And we are not going to get good insight from looking to the past at all. We actually have to put on a new pair of glasses and look to the future. And I was just giving you a little preview, right, about the future at the beginning of this presentation, that we are now in a world of AI, artificial intelligence. In fact, in the next year or two, AI is going to be actually on the verge of artificial general intelligence. In other words, AI can pass medical exams. That's already starting to happen. They can pass a medical exam. AI can do a better diagnosis of a patient than a real doctor can. This is the world we're living in. And yet human beings have to manage these exponential technologies. Now, you may say, hey, you know, Tony, don't you realize we live in Uganda? Do you realize the problems we have? AI has very little to do with us. I beg to differ. In fact, with these exponential technologies and with your young people to manage them, Uganda can make a giant leap forward into the 21st century towards 2050. You can skip the entire industrial age, actually, right? And in fact, with low orbiting satellites like Starlink, farmers, students in rural Uganda can actually be online selling products, increasing gross domestic product, living with this device. As long as it's connected to the internet. And even this one is an Apple iPhone. They have something called Apple Intelligence, right? Driving it, okay? So if you think about the possibilities, it is unbelievable especially with your young people. You may not be able to manage this, but your young people can. Okay? And this is going to change the game, but that is not enough. There's something more essential that needs to happen first. And we're going to go into that this afternoon. Okay? So we must look to the future here. And the future, we want to be very hopeful and very optimistic about the future. We want to be very optimistic about Uganda. I'm not even from Uganda. I'm originally from Ireland, not my country. But I'm personally very optimistic about Uganda. Because I travel to nations where the fertility rate is very, very low. They don't even have young people. Not as many young people, right? But you do. And, I think this is where it's helpful to get inputs from other countries, right? So you can understand the blessings that we have, okay? Okay, Providence, can you move forward a bunch of slides? Keep going. Yeah, there. So to help us to get some insights into what has to fundamentally transform first, when you looked at yourself in the mirror this morning before coming to this workshop, what did you see? What did you see? Yourself, right? Yeah, so this lady here, can you stand up? What's her name? Huh? Eunice. Eunice. So Eunice here saw herself in the mirror this morning. Now, Eunice, how many minutes did you spend looking at yourself in the mirror this morning? Was it like 30 minutes? Was it 20 minutes? Was it 40 minutes? Now, be honest. 3 minutes? I don't believe you at all. I don't believe you at all, okay? Because I see your hair. It's perfect, right? There's no way you can get that hair like that in 3 minutes. That is impossible. I think you have to put a zero after that too. To be honest, right? More than 30 minutes, right? If one of the gentlemen said 3 minutes, I would believe that. Probably 3 seconds, right? All the guys here, when they go into the bathroom, I went into the bathroom this morning, I think I only spent 3 seconds and I'm gone, right? When my wife and I are going somewhere, it's quite something, right? So I go into the car, and then I'm waiting for my wife to come out the door. I'm waiting, because she's in the bathroom. I don't know what she's doing in the bathroom. If she's reading the newspaper, I thought it's a mystery, right? And then she comes out to the porch. I said, oh, thank God, she is coming, right? But then she does this to her hair. She looks down, walks around, unlocks the door again, goes back in, and I'm waiting another 10 seconds in the bathroom again. Because some hair is out of place, right? So, kind of making a joke out of this, but it's actually pointing to something profound. We see our physical self, but that's not all who we are. We have other dimensions that are invisible. For example, did you see your mental cognitive dimension? No, that's invisible. Did you see your emotional relational dimension? No, right? Because that's invisible as well. How many of you saw your spiritual and moral dimension? No. Human beings are unique. We are the only species that has a spiritual, moral dimension. I think, we're here in Uganda. I think Ugandan people know this very, very well, right? We're here in the world of Ubuntu, African spirituality. This is very real to all of you, right? But it's not that apparent to people in the global north, I say, unfortunately, right? So this is an amazing thing, okay? So next, Providence. Yeah, that one, yeah. So that's it. No, go back. Yeah, that one, yeah. So this is who we are as a whole, okay? And all of these 4 dimensions require growth and development, right? So we talked about one of the universal principles of growth. All of these require intentional growth, all of them. Let me ask you this question here. In the education sector, of these four dimensions, which dimension does the education sector primarily focus on? Of these four? Which one? The mental. Yes. The education sector is stuck on the mental cognitive dimension almost exclusively, and pretty much ignores the other three, right? It almost completely ignores the spiritual moral dimension. Sometimes it touches a little bit on the emotional one, like here they call holistic development, right? And oftentimes it barely touches on the physical vitality dimension, okay? So next and next, the pyramid. Keep going. So I showed you a pyramid a few minutes ago on the current image of education right now, the conventional model, which is a pyramid that's turned upside down, right? If I was to paint a new image of what the future purpose, the purpose and future of education should be, it is this image here. A pyramid the right way up, with the foundation characterized and infused with character. Next, relationships. We are relational beings. We have to nurture, we have to become good at relationships. Okay? Next is energy and vitality. We have a physical body, which is actually the temple of our spirit, in fact, right? We have to look after our physical bodies. And you're beginning to do that now at the lunch just came, right? Or breakfast, or whatever it's called. So you're nurturing your physical body, that's really good. And finally, skills and the application of knowledge. It's no longer the acquisition of knowledge. It's the application of knowledge to solve problems, right? So, you know, as I'm traveling around Uganda here, I think you guys recognize this too. There is incredible beauty here, a beautiful nation, right? Beautiful nature, beautiful weather. I just came from Seattle. It's pouring rain there for 5 months until April. Gray skies, short days, but not here in Uganda. I texted home to my family. You know, it's 85 degrees Fahrenheit here. They were so jealous. They said, you're so lucky to be in Uganda. Please take me with you next time, right? So it's about the other side of that, though, is that there's also lots of problems that need to be solved, right? So we have to apply knowledge to solve the problems around us, okay? Like that. And this starts with us, the educators. So we have to grow our character, we have to develop our emotional relational dimension, we have to look after ourselves physically, become a model, and we have to come in, right? With new knowledge, new inputs, so on and so forth, and then the student will emulate that. You know what you're seeing next? Yeah, that one, yeah. What you're seeing here in the background is the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. This was built 4,600 years ago. It's still standing today. Those guys knew how to build like that, right? And, you know, we're talking about the pyramid. If in Uganda, if we can actually build this transforming education pyramid looking forward from this workshop, anchored in character. On top of that, developing relationships, developing the physical vitality and applying knowledge to solve problems. That should be the map, right, that we need to be working from, in my view, going forward. We're actually talking with the Ministry of Education here in Uganda about this. We're going to have a big engagement in March, actually, right? And in this workshop, we are launching a new blueprint. It's called the Transforming Education Blueprint. I think we have copies for everyone, right, Milton? We have the promotional flyer on this. It's a 10-point blueprint that is kind of like literally a blueprint, like an architectural blueprint for your schools, for your classrooms, right? For your TVETs, for your colleges and universities, for you to rebuild an education system that is future-oriented and anchored in transformative purpose, meaning, and where our students can actually feel tremendously fulfilled. Okay. So next one, get that one. So this pyramid is mapped to the 4 human dimensions. Character is actually the realm of the spiritual moral dimension. And I'll explain more about that later this afternoon. Next is relationships. We are relational beings. And relationships are fundamentally developed in families. And that's why on Friday, for the very first time, right, we added on an extension to this workshop. This is phase 3 of this workshop. We've done the last 2 phases last year. We're adding on this family component because it is that important. And in fact, what we're advocating for here is that the primary partnership should be between families and schools. And I'll explain more about why that's the case a little bit later. And of course, the energy vitality is mapped to the energy vitality dimension. And the knowledge and skills is mapped to the mental cognitive dimension, right? So this is the battle order. In other words, this starts with character, not with mental cognitive area, right? Which is the current focus in our education system. So we talked about the current. We talked a few minutes ago a statement that describes the current purpose of education. It's called lifelong learning. This is a statement that describes the future of education and its core purpose. Life is called cultivating lifelong character and holistic growth. Learning is part of that, right? Because it's part of the mental cognitive dimension. But it is also the emotional dimension, the physical dimension, and most importantly, the spiritual moral dimension, right? I was really moved when I came into the school this morning. Look here on the banner here, right? It's part of your mission statement. In this particular school, where that's hosting this conference here today, GPF, spiritual growth. I've never seen this in a school mission statement before, right? This is really, there's a reason why we're doing the workshop in the school, right? Because they have that kind of insight, right? And focus. You should write this down, by the way. If you forget everything in this workshop, this is the most important slide of the workshop, and we're going to explain about it more deeply this afternoon. Lifelong character and holistic growth, right? And in fact, the expectation for all of us, right, when this workshop ends on Friday, when you go back to your educational institutions on Monday, I want to ask all of you to start working on a 3-month plan, to actually start transforming the way your educational institutions, classrooms, and schools are working from now on. Because that is actually this is what is going to give energy to your students and prepare them really well for life, right, as we go forward. Okay, I think it's time for an energizer. We need music this time. Problems with the music sorted out? If not, play the music from your phone and put your microphone up to your phone. Okay, who's leading the energizer? No.
Which song can I put?
You have the song?
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Yeah, you can give it. Good.
Which song?
Give us Madiru. I am a generation of the Madiru system. We are going to. You remember Madilu? Do you remember that Madilu from DRC? You know, those days we used to dance on songs whose meaning we don't know. You remember? but because of the beats. So let us start. We are going to use our body first. The most using my body, the word love.
It's not even audible.
So how many believe in love? Hands up. Are you sure? We are going to use our body parts. Whom you are husband, you want to communicate that you don't want to talk. You know when power, you know you better use the power. You can use it to
Your husband is doing it just you. That's right. Use your body.
How do we begin? We start with the Elo. Elo. My love. Can you do it? So let us start up. We write the word love using the I have done.
Where's the other
You don't want to speak to your partner,
Where's the other
but you want just to tell him, if you are a woman, you want to tell your husband, I love you. Then you ask him, what have I told you? Love. Isn't that error? Has he understood? Or you can repeat it. Hello? Then they all Kabina using the Kabina. He has understood. The use the knees. The like the knee. We are going to the E. Isn't it? The E. How do you write the E? Why is that the E? Use the most important part of your body. Thank you very much. You have written it. Now, what have I written right? Listen to that song. Close that one. What is the Majulu saying? What is Majulu saying? In Lingala. Some of you come from the border, isn't it? Okay. Put it again. Put it again. It's about love. All of you have husbands of your own. And you are a teacher of character, but you are the one who gives you. Get it to your husband. Focus. From today, let us use love. Love, use your body to show your partner you love him. If you are a man, use your body to communicate to your wife that you love her. Teaching is all about love. Isn't it, my friend? So you can sit down, tell your neighbor, let us laugh. Let us laugh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We have written the word love without talking about it. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, so Proverbs, let's get back to this. The next one. Oh, yeah, that one, that's good. Okay, so just to extend this a little bit, right? So the true purpose of education is lifelong character and holistic growth. And this is what drives meritocracy. Meritocracy, hard work, making a contribution, excellence. We want our young people to be excellent, right? We want them to make an incredible contribution. We want them to be innovative. And not just our students, but our educators as well, our great educators. We want to actually be innovative, right? We want to be, lifting up and celebrating meritocracy, working hard, making that kind of contribution, investing into our students, okay? And, today, in today's world, innovation is no longer enough. There's something called the speed of innovation. So here's a really good metric for all of you, right? For these next 3 months. At the end of every week, if you're how many people here are school heads, school principals? Okay, oh, you're a school principal. Okay, very good. How many here are like educational managers or deans or something like that? Okay, yeah, over here, okay. So, with your team, right? At the end of, on a Friday, ask them, how much did you innovate in the past week? That would be a great question to ask, because the expectation for you as a leader, for your team is how much did you and they innovate in the past week? Not in the past year, not in the past semester, right? That's how companies are growing and changing the world so fast. They're innovating weekly, right? On a weekly basis. And I think if the education sector does this here in Uganda on a weekly basis, we can change the game here. We can make education absolutely relevant to the lives of our young people here in Uganda, right? Without a doubt. And we can actually help you and them to unlock your full potential. So how many of you here in the room, right, have unlocked your full potential? So some of you are here, some of you are in your 30s, some of you are in your 40s, some of you are in your 50s, right? It doesn't matter what age you are. You can make a decision here in this workshop, right? That, hey, I may have not been actually exploring how I can unlock my full potential. I have a lot more to give. There's a lot more that I can explore in being in my inner world, in being in my family, right? And if you make that decision and you work on it and you make a resolution, a commitment, you'll be surprised. You will be surprised how much you can transform yourself in the next 10 weeks, actually, right? That's why we're making this 3 months. From Monday, 3 months, 10 weeks and 3 months, right? Because that's how long it takes to change a habit, actually. Okay, next. Providence. Okay, keep going. Next one. Yeah, so I want to touch on something that's just building the argument here. So you might have heard of something called the theory of change, right? This is pretty much all over the education sector and over organizations too. A lot of people ask, what is your theory of change, right? What is the outcome that you're focused on? Well, here we're actually changing the name of this. It's no longer called a theory of change, it's called a theory of transformation. Because changing something, when you change something, it's very easy for it to change back again. But when you transform something, you're actually transforming it at its core. It is less likely that it's going to revert back or slip back to the previous state, right? So our theory of transformation is that first of all, we have to transform people. So before you transform systems, curriculum, assessment, first and foremost is we have to transform people. And the first people that we need to transform is ourselves. It starts with us. So as you lead this workshop, I want you to start a new journey that you may have been postponing for a very long time. That you're going to make a commitment to transform yourself in a new way going forward. And it's never too late to start, actually, right? You know, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. It's the same story here too. The best time to transform yourself was maybe 20, 30 years ago. The second best time is when? Now, right? So this is the decision that you get to make. Nobody can make it for you. Nobody can make you do it. But if you start that new journey, that's why you're here. It's called transforming education. The first thing we have to transform is ourselves. We have to be the model for our students, okay? That's the way this works. We cannot teach this on the blackboard. We have to carry ourselves as a people on a journey of transformation, leading yourself in the inner world, right? And transforming yourself in terms of character, lifelong character and holistic growth, growing in all 4 dimensions on a daily and weekly basis. So this means building new habits, right? Building new habits, new actions, new behaviors. And, you know, amazing things can happen. The first amazing thing that can happen as educators is that you transform the culture of your school and your classroom or your department. Or, you know, one of the aspirations of our work here today is to create a transformative model in Buganda County, right? Is it Buganda Province or County? Oh, Buganda Region, right? Buganda Region. I understand there's 13 regions here in Uganda, right? So to do it in Buganda Region, we're in Buganda, right? And I think this is where most of you are working, I would imagine, right? There might be a few people from a few other regions. So starting here in this region to create that as a model, but then going back to your university, your TVET, your school, or your department, if you're managing a group of schools or something like this. When you transform the culture with lifelong character and holistic growth, that actually starts innovation. It starts continuous rapid innovation. We're actually suggesting that as educators, we should be innovating on a weekly basis. And this might be a very good exercise. This is a good exercise for all of these things. For next week, right? So between Monday and Friday next week, what can I change? What can I innovate? Me personally. And then how can I stimulate my teachers, my leaders, my school heads, if you're a school manager, if you're a regional manager or something like that, right? How can I inspire them to change, right? To transform on a weekly basis, okay? And that means adding more value. Adding more value, improving things, step by step by step. That's how we bring about transformation. One day at a time, 1 week at a time, right? And as the weeks go by and the months go by, they stack. And you'll be surprised at what can happen even in a matter of 3 months from now, okay? And the most amazing thing that's going to happen is your students are going to start transforming themselves. Your students will be amazed when you walk in on Monday morning to your school or to your division, right, or to your college or TVET. They may be wondering, my goodness, what happened to you? I know you went to a transforming education workshop, but you are different, right? And I've seen you growing in development as the weeks go by. Your students will imitate that. That's how it works, right? So in other words, you're modeling the behavior that you want your students to do, right? And by the way, okay, you know, I'm going to be giving you a bunch of challenges on our team over these 3 days that we want you to seriously consider taking on, okay? So let me ask you this question here, okay? As educators, how many in the past months, so now, what date is today? January 15th, right? So between December 15th, let's say between December 1st and now, how many of you have read a book that had nothing to do with your coursework? Up hands. Oh, good. We've got 2 people read a book. Awesome. How many of you have read a book in the past year that has nothing to do with your coursework? Up hands. So a few more people, but most people have not, right? So, we're educators, right? The most basic standard is that we have to be continuously learning ourselves, right? So I want to actually give you a challenge. You guys ready for a challenge? Who's ready for a challenge? That's not good enough. How many of you are ready for a challenge? We still don't have 100%. Okay, guys, stand up. Everyone stand up. Everyone stand up. That means you have to lift your legs off of the chair, and then you rise up out of your chair and stand up, okay? How many of you guys are ready if you're ready for a challenge, jump up and down, okay? Here we go. I'm ready for a challenge. 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 Okay, here's the challenge. The challenge is this year, right? In 2025, read a book a month. Those of you who are committed to doing that, jump up and down. We're going to read a book a month, 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 a book a month. Big round of applause. Not only that, I'm committed to growing myself. I'm going to be the example. I'm going to actually work on transforming myself in all 4 dimensions. I am going to become a model of lifelong character and holistic growth. I'm going to develop the way I relate with others. I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to have incredible energy and vitality. I'm going to apply knowledge and solve all the problems of my school. And I'm going to grow spiritually. My character is going to grow. How many of you are ready to manifest lifelong character and holistic growth? Who? Up and down, 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 up and down. Yay, big round of applause. I think Milton is rubbing off on me here. So, problems next. Oh, yeah. Leave it on that one. The previous one. The Warren Buffett one. The previous, yeah, there. Okay. So what we're saying here, folks, right, is that to change anything around you, it starts by changing yourself, and more specifically, transforming yourself, right? Each one of you here in the room today are special. Each one of you has infinite value. You're like nobody else that was ever created in the past. You're like nobody else who lives in the world today. And you're like nobody else who will ever be born in the future. You're unique. So you're actually a God-created son and daughter of God. You're unique, right? It's amazing. So the value we have is incredible, right? And also, we have to start by knowing ourselves. This is about meeting ourselves and growing holistically, starting with our character, relationships, our energy and vitality, and also our mental cognitive area as well. Next one, Providence. So this is Warren Buffett. I think many of you have heard of him. He's actually probably the most famous value investor in history, right? An amazing man, he's still doing it. I think he's almost approaching 90 now. Maybe 80s, 90, he's still doing it. He loves doing this. So one time, I don't know, maybe about 5 or 6 years ago, during the annual stakeholders meeting of Berkshire Hathaway, that's an energy company based in Omaha, in the United States, and thousands of people come. They would give an arm and a leg in this stakeholder meeting because the insights that he shares changes the game for investors. And when he's finished his presentation, he opens it up to Q&A. So in one of those Q&A sessions, one of the stockholders, right, in the room, asked him a question, and the question was, what is the best thing you should invest in right now? Now, the intent of that question was, what is the best stock I should invest in right now, right? Should it be Apple? Should it be Microsoft? Should it be something else? And Warren Buffett gave an incredible answer. He said the best investment you can make right now is invest in yourself. Invest in transforming yourself. Because if you invest in a stock, and 10 years, 15 years from now, that company could go belly up. You could use your entire investment, your entire retirement savings, actually. But if you invest in yourself, you are actually, there is no downside, there is no loss. You become more productive, become more effective, you become a better parent, a better spouse, a better son and daughter to your parents. You become a better teacher to your students. You become a better neighbor in your neighborhood. You become a better citizen of your nation. And the list goes on and on and on. It starts with transforming yourself, right? I know this myself. I've been married 3.5 decades, right? And what I've learned over the years is that if there's something that I want my wife to change, it is pointless asking her to change it. And same with her to me, right? But we've learned simultaneously that the first thing I have to do is transform myself in some way. The more I do that, the more that relationship changes and transforms. It's the same story for you as a teacher. All of you started your career as teachers. Some of you are school heads, some of you are managers, some of you are teachers still maybe. But you want to change the relationship with your teachers, if you're a school head, if you want to change the relationship with the students in your school, transform yourself first. That will change you, right? Milton, is that your experience? How about you, Father Camus? Is that your experience?
Sadly, we begin with the song. Watch me every day.
You're leading a whole team, right? In Global Foundation. So, what's your experience to get them to do amazing things? What do you have to do first?
First of all, as Dr. Tony has told us, your character is everything. Because everything you want to be is making sure you first demonstrate the character of who you are. So people will be able to invest in you, position you, promotion. But first, they want to see how different you are. Are you following me, my friend? So character is the base. Because one time I was challenged to have been put in front of $1.5 million. Do you know that man, the poor Ugandan? But it was meant for me to do something against my character. Are you following? Who can refuse $1.5 million? When you are the bank has just told you last week that we are going to broke your account. It has been empty for 6 months. Think about it, my friend. And I was in a foreign land. I said no. I said what? No. Because if I had given that money, you yourself, you would have run out from me. So your character is very, very important to the extent saying that Dr. Tony, when I refused that money and I came back to Uganda, the news had already reached here that I have refused the what? The $1.5 billion. Do you know the first people who first asked, do you want to be a minister? Do you want to be a minister of Uganda? I said, but I have refused the other one for the minister. I have a problem. So my friend, your character is the passport to get to your dream. That promotion, that building you want to do, that business you want to sustain is based on what people say. Is the question, how does she behave? Who is she? Who are she associates with her? What does she see? That is now destined you to a better marriage or to a better man. And vice versa. If you're a man, you're looking for a wife. Women don't also get married to men without what? Character. I think. So character is everything. Is everything. That's why first talk about character before you talk about becoming a champion in boxing like Mike Tyson. Because Mike Tyson also did not have it. That's why today you don't talk about what? Mike Tyson. Are you following me? So I thank you. That's what I can share with you. That is the best one I can give.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's a real story. We were sharing it over breakfast this morning, right? We were sharing stories between us. We all had similar kinds of experiences, right? And, you know, it takes a lifetime to build your reputation. We all have a reputation. Individuals, you might have a reputation as a superstar, right? And it takes a lifetime to build that reputation, and you can lose it in a microsecond. In fact, I was watching a documentary of Warren Buffett about 2 nights ago here in Uganda after I came. And you know, Berkshire Hathaway, they buy up companies, right, at a very good price, and they make some investment into them, and these companies grow and thrive, right? They have big positions in Coca-Cola, Geico Insurance, for example, and there's many others as well. But he was telling us about this one company that he bought, you know, maybe 5-10 years ago, and he was talking about his management style, his leadership style. He says, I don't have quarterly meetings. I just have this annual stakeholder meeting. He said, I don't call up the CEO of that company that I actually own. I let that person run that company themselves. But he said, what I do is I send a letter. Sometimes I send a letter to one of my companies maybe every year. This particular company, he had to send a letter in 2 years. This is the first letter, and he read it. It was only a page and a half. And he said, you know, I don't really care that much if your company doesn't make money this year. He said, sometimes we have a bad year, and we can always find another way to make money, right? But he said one thing that it was never, absolutely, that should never happen. You should never lose your reputation. Because he said, all the companies I own, that is all I ask. Do not lose your reputation, because if one of those companies, of Berkshire Hathaway, loses their reputation, the whole organization loses its reputation. And character is the bedrock of reputation, right? So we're kind of expressing this in many, many different ways, right? Kind of hit it home. Okay, next, Providence. No, the previous one, for that, to our limited human potential. Yeah, that one. So I like this quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson, right? It's all about igniting our unlimited human potential. And it says, like, what lies before us, what lies behind us is nothing compared to what lies within us. In other words, we have unlimited value. We have unlimited potential. Each and every one of you in this room has unlimited human potential. So it's kind of like we all have to make a decision to unlock that potential. And every one of your students here in Uganda has unlimited potential. We need to actually create an environment in our schools to unlock their potential. In fact, I would actually be encouraging all of you to be asking your students to read the Book of Acts. That has nothing to do with our coursework. Do your students have access to books? You do? You have libraries in school? They can also maybe get libraries, they can maybe get access to books digitally as well. Why don't you give your students a challenge to read the Book of Acts? You know, there was one person from South Africa who was interested in building rockets. He didn't know anything about rockets. And he read the book of rockets. And now he owns the most progressive and leading-edge space company on Earth called SpaceX. The name of this person you probably know, Elon Musk. He's not American, he's South African. The question is, how many more Elon Musks are in your schools right now? And all they need is some encouragement from you to unlock their potential. Give them some confidence, right? Nurture their character. Let them read books. Give them real world problems to solve, not these theoretical problems, right? Real world problems. Start an incubator in your school, an entrepreneurship center, right? In other words, do something different than what you've been doing your whole life, right? So we can change the game, change the future of these young people, okay? Engage in their life, meet with the ones who you can talk to them. You know, I was working in Kenya also for many, many years with our people. And we have a program that's also here in Uganda called the Character Creativity Initiative, right? And one of the schools in Kenya is called the Lady of Fatima School. It was founded originally by missionaries, but now the Ministry of Education runs it. And this teacher's name is Julia. She actually was the coordinator of the Character Creativity Education Committee. And she noticed one day, right, that one of her students was kind of like, had a big frown. She wasn't engaging in her lessons, in her subject area, right, for about a couple of weeks. This was one of the best students in our classroom, actually, right? And she knew from this work that there was trying new things to be innovative in your thinking. So she was thinking, what can I do to engage the students, right? And she came up with this idea, right? She announced to the class one day, her target was to speak to this one student. And she said, I'm going to stay behind after class today. She never did this ever before. And she said, anybody who wants to talk to me can come up and speak to me, right? And about 8 or 9 students lined up. She was unbelievably surprised. These students have been in our classroom all year long, had nobody to talk to, even in their families. And this student, who was her best student, but is no longer her best student, was the last one she got to speak to, right? And she discovered, she asked the student, what's going on? And this student opened up her heart to Julia, teacher Julia, and she talked about this tragedy that happened a few weeks prior, that one family member raped her, actually. And she was so embarrassed to talk to anyone, she couldn't talk to anyone about it. And later on, Julia told me that this girl was able to regain her constitution, get back focused on her future. She graduated the best in her class. And she said, Tony, I never got any training in counseling. I don't know, all I did was listen to her. That's all I did, right? And she expanded this idea. She actually she gave a name to this effort this new innovative effort she came up with. She called it the Talk to Me Initiative. And this started spreading through schools across Kenya. And the most amazing thing was that 2 years later, I was in Mongolia, right? We had a conference over there. And then I mentioned in one of my presentations there that we were doing this work in Kenya, right? With character creativity and so on. She said, you know, I learned an amazing practice that we implemented in our school in Mongolia that I learned from somebody in Kenya. I said, what's that? She said, it's called the Talk to Me Initiative. I don't know how a Mongolian teacher learned about this, or I guess through social media or whatever, but this spread. So the point I'm making here, right, is this is a teacher that decided to do something innovative, something different, right? And to be concerned about our students. So actually, that's what our students want the most from us as educators. They want us to care about them and take an interest in their future life, to guide them for their careers, and so on. That is what they primarily want, actually. This is based on my experience, okay? They don't really care about you teaching them math, language, arts, so on. Of course, we have to do that, but more than that, they want you to care about them, advise them, nurture them, right, for the future, okay? Okay, so I think we'll wrap it up here with this first presentation. So maybe we can take a short break for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. I can give you a chance, maybe for 10 minutes or 15 minutes if you need to. You can use the restroom, you can go out a little bit, get a bit of sun, right? So how about we meet back at 2:15, okay? And then we will finish by 4:30, right? Is that correct? Right. So we have 2 more presentations to get to. We'll actually we'll give you more time to engage and so on. If somebody has a reflection from this first presentation, I'd love for you to come up and share your reflection of what we were talking about this morning. What is your idea on it, input on it? I think that would be really cool. So Richard, maybe you could walk around and see who'd like to share, okay? Or maybe have maybe 1 or 2 people come up at 2:15 before we start the next one, okay? All right, guys, I would suggest you go outside, stretch, use the bathroom, get out of the chair, okay? And we'll see you soon, okay? Thank you very much. With music. Yeah, so if you guys come up with energizers, we want to open at 2:15. Okay. Yeah, but we need music. We need music, right? And dancing around. It doesn't have to be video. We need some music jumping up and down. You guys can lead it, right? We need choreographers up here. So, can you guys organize that? Yeah, it's like 3 or 4 people.
We need choreographers.
Jump up and down. So, no, yeah, but that's why and find somebody. Yeah, find a solution.
since proprietors are here, you can help us. Some of us know exactly what we can do, but it's one challenge. The education system we have is knowledge build empires. Animals don't do that. So the spiritual moral dimension, if we focus on that and put more time on that one, it's like a catalyst that accelerates growth and development in the other three dimensions, right? That's how important it is. And that is why us as educators, we have to shift from the cognitive dimension to putting more energy in the spiritual moral dimension. This is the dimension of character, okay? So the composition of this dimension is as follows. It is the realm of universal principles, the universal spiritual principles and moral laws. It is also the hometown of our conscience. And I'll talk more about conscience this afternoon. It's also the domain of our character. So when we talk about character, it's linked to our conscience, and it's in turn linked to universal spiritual principles and moral laws. Just like there's scientific laws, there's also spiritual and moral laws. They've been around for a long. Okay. So the interrelationship between all of these, okay? So the conscience is aligned to the universal spiritual principles and moral laws. And I will talk about that. And then we as human beings, right, we have to align with our conscience. So our conscience guides us. And in character, simply the manifestation of what's happening in our conscience in the form of habits, behaviors, and actions, okay? So the key to unlocking our full potential is to unlock our spiritual moral dimension, right? So you can actually think of it as way better than a powerful AI, okay? All they have to do is switch it on. That's all they have to do. And that in turn unlocks our full potential, okay? And especially all of you here in Uganda, almost everyone here believes that the spiritual principles and moral laws, they come from the Creator God, correct? So let's move that one step further. Imagine all of us on connecting and aligning our lives to spiritual principles and moral laws. But let's take it a step further. How about inviting God into our lives? That is actually, I've been thinking a lot about this in recent months. I think doing both of those things can unlock incredible potential. I think we can do 100 times more than just doing it alone when we get in alignment with universal spiritual principles and moral laws. And especially inviting God into our lives. And I'm not talking about religion here at all. When I talk about spiritual principles, this is not religion. This is beyond religion. These are universal. They're common to all faith traditions, all narratives the world over. Okay? These are some of the characteristics, right, of the spiritual moral dimension. It's the domain of character. It is also another thing that's unique here is responsibility. Human responsibility is anchored in the spiritual moral dimension. So is purpose. We want to be living purposeful lives, right? Life with a purpose. And in fact, tomorrow I will speak about a university in Mexico called Tecnolabio University. It has an amazing story, actually, right? But when you go to their website, there's one word that goes across the entire screen. It's called purpose. Every student at Tecnolambia University in Mexico are encouraged by their teachers, by their school heads, their 32 campuses, right, in Mexico, to identify the purpose of their life and also the character qualities that they should be cultivating in alignment with that purpose. Okay? So that's why earlier today, the name of the first presentation was the purpose of education. So we're connecting this now to the spiritual moral dimension. Okay? It's also the realm of personal growth, making a contribution, peace competencies, some of the things we're talking about today. Okay? So let's talk about scientific laws for a minute. So this is a quote from our chairman of Global Peace Foundation, Dr. Clinton Preston Moon, at the Global Peace Convention in 2021, right? And he's talking about, first of all, scientific laws. So I'm going to read this. In recent centuries, we have learned much about our universe, that it had a beginning, it's highly ordered, and functions with mathematical precision. In other words, it follows the laws of physics, biology, and chemistry. Okay? Science itself begins with the assumption of natural laws and principles that are unchanged and absolute. You can't negotiate with scientific principles, they're absolute. For example, you want to challenge the scientific principle of gravity, go to the top of this building after the break, step out to the ledge, and what's going to happen? You think you're going to step back? No, we're going to have to pick you up, we're going to scoop you up in a bucket, okay, and give you to your family. Don't do this. Nobody will do this because you learned in school about gravity, correct? Right? Yes. And that's the reason why we have AI today. This is physics. It is humanity learning more and more about scientific principles, right? That allows these kinds of technological advancements to take place. At the same time, there is a corollary set of laws. It's the opposite side of the coin called moral laws, right? And I'll just continue reading this quote from Dr. Moon. Just as natural laws exist that govern the world of nature, so too do moral laws that govern the human spirit. That's why we've had, religious leaders, right? Wisdom thinkers, philosophers that actually have made a lot of effort to discover these moral laws. One of the first was Moses. He went behind to Mount Sinai, and what did he discover? The Ten Commandments, right? One of those commandments was do not kill others, right? Do you think the world is doing a good job of that commandment? Do you think it's doing a good job at not killing others? The war in Russia and Ukraine. How many hundreds of thousands of people have been killed for nothing? How about Israel and Gaza, right? And here in Africa, you have all kinds of massacres, right? In recent decades. For what? So even with that, that one law, we're not doing a good job at it, humanity. So just as we understand that living in harmony with the laws of nature is necessary for sustaining life on our planet, so is aligning with the moral laws of the universe required for finding meaning and fulfillment in life that all people can share. So life is a lot more than achievement. What gives us what gives us a reason to live is to find purpose, meaning, and fulfillment, right, in our lives. That is way more significant than your career, than the amount of finances you've accumulated, than the amount of educational credentials you've accumulated, because that gives you a momentary fulfillment. But our family, the fact that we grow and develop, that is more significant in terms of living a meaningful, purposeful, fulfilling life. So this is what we want to be encouraging all of us to do more of, and to be encouraging our students to actually identify their purpose, right? So let's actually talk about a few of these universally recognized principles and moral laws. I'll just point out 4 of them. Number 1, all people have intrinsic value, dignity, and fundamental rights as endowed by our Creator. How many of you would agree with that one? You know, these rights, this is actually what made America a really amazing country, right? Because in our Declaration of Independence, there's an important statement that human rights and freedoms come from the Creator God. They do not come from any human institution or government, actually. And it is this recognition, right? In fact, in America, our motto, the motto of America is one nation under God. And even on our currency, on the dollar bill, it states, in God we trust. So there is this recognition on a national level that God is the creator, not human beings, right? Okay? Number 2, every person has the highest attribute as spiritual and moral dimension. We'll be talking a lot about that today. That is so important to actually be cognizant and aware of that. Number 3, our human nature finds its fullest expression and meaning in relationship with others. In other words, we are relational beings. In fact, the worst punishment that you can give a prisoner in jail is solitary confinement. That's the worst punishment you can give anybody, okay? In fact, if a mouse walked into the cell of a prisoner in solitary confinement, that prisoner will make a relationship with that mouse. This has happened many, many times in prisons, okay? Because we're relational. We are designed to relate with others. We're designed to form families and create amazing families. That is the school of relationships, actually, right? And the more we learn about this in families, the more we actually get to be effective in our relationships in the outer world, at school, with our students, with other teachers, and so on and so forth. And number 4, people develop their innate potential through their choices and actions. Freedom and human responsibility are intrinsically linked. In fact, the biggest challenge that humanity has had is how to use their freedom responsibly. That's our biggest challenge, actually. How to use our freedom responsibly. How to use our freedom to grow. How to use our freedom to create great families. How to use our freedom to actually make meaningful, purposeful schools as educators, for example. So this is a reminder of the U.S. Declaration of Independence. I already went over this one, so no need to go over it again. So universal spiritual principles and moral laws gives meaning and purpose to the individual, the family, and the nation, right, and the world. And we need to seek to be in alignment with these universal principles and moral laws. Okay, next I want to talk about the conscience. This is the other component of the spiritual moral dimension. So I appreciate your patience here with the audio. It's very frustrating for you, for me too, but let's just bear through it as best we can. Anyway, good job we have the slides here, you can catch what's going on here, and our team is working on the solution, okay guys? So let's talk about the conscience. So the conscience, first and foremost, human beings are the only species that have a conscience. Animals, birds, fish do not have a conscience. Okay? All of them here were born with a conscience. But that conscience was not fully developed at birth. It's there. And it gets nurtured through parents, through teachers, right? Through us growing, developing in our life. That's what strengthens our conscience, okay? So the human faculty that seeks and discerns universal principles and moral laws is the conscience. That's what it is. So the conscience points to the universal spiritual principles and moral laws. And all we have to do is align with the voice of our conscience. However, our conscience requires regular calibration and strengthening. Okay? We do this by making effort to grow and develop, by reading books that seek the truth, so we get a deeper understanding of living a good, righteous life, right? And maybe this is a good way to sum it all up. So the conscience is very similar to a compass, right? We often call it a moral compass. And just like a compass points to gravitational north, our conscience points to a spiritual north, right? To the spiritual principles and moral laws, right? That we're still discovering, by the way. We have not discovered all of them. And we have not discovered the full depth of it. We're still in the process of doing that. And then all we have to do is align with our conscience, right? Okay, so let's look at the cultivation of lifelong character. So character, I think we might have better audio all of a sudden, right? Sounds better to me. So character is the other component of the spiritual moral dimension. So what is character? It's very simply the manifestation. That's a very important word. The manifestation of the standards of the conscience. In other words, the standards of truthfulness, righteousness, goodness, and love. Love has a standard, so does goodness. So does righteousness, and so does truth, right? And it manifests those in the form of habits, behaviors, and actions. So, this has massive implications for all of us as educators, right? We are saying here that the education sector has to make a tectonic shift by anchoring itself in the spiritual moral dimension. I'm not saying that schools should become churches. It has nothing to do with religion at all. It's got to do with fundamentally who we are. Because this is the realm of character, okay? And, here we can be creative. We can actually work on ourselves, building new behaviors, new actions. For example, when you go home today, give an appreciation to your spouse if you have one, to your child if you have one of those, to your parents, to your siblings, to your students on Monday when you go back to school. Appreciate them. Tell them, wow, you point out the things they're doing good on, not all the things they're doing wrong, right? Work on your health. Work on your diet a little bit, right? Read the book. Remember I was saying read a book a month? There's unlimited things we can be doing to strengthen each one of these four dimensions, particularly the spiritual moral dimension. Okay? So freedom, right? You know, nobody can make you do this stuff. I cannot make you do it. Okay? I cannot. I have to make myself do it. I'm the only one I've got control over. I can actually share insights with you, however, right? But at the end of the day, it's up to you and up to me to determine if I'm going to go on a new pathway of growth and development. And it starts by making a choice. So this is a challenge I want to give everyone and every single one of you here in the workshop. Starting tonight. I know you traveled a lot today. I know you're tired. But before you go to bed tonight, I want to encourage you that once and for all, you're going to make a new choice. I'm going to do this too. I'm going to make a new choice myself to grow, to develop in each one of these four dimensions, to make a decision. Once and for all, I'm going to actually get this done, right? And back it up with a commitment. Use the time in this workshop to make that commitment, to make that new choice, to charter that new path for you as an individual to grow yourself in ways you've never grown before in the next 10 weeks, right? In the next 3 months. And then back that up with personal responsibility, with massive action. You never leave the site of a decision without taking massive action. Okay? So start taking that action here in the workshop. Okay? If you don't do it here, you'll never do it. So for once and for all, I'm encouraging you to do that. I'm going to do that too myself. Okay? So as we personal responsibility, right? We will build new good that will serve you for a very, very long time. Okay? And it takes about 10 weeks, almost 3 months, to onboard a new habit if you work on it every day. So once again, what we're saying here is begin a new journey in this workshop that you be the example, that I be the example, right? To cultivate my character and all four dimensions in ways that I've never ever done before. And that I will be the example to my family, I'll be the example to my teachers, to my students, to whoever, to the parents of your children in the school and so on, developing your character, improving your relationships, right? Taking care of your health, and then learning put new inputs into your mind so that you can solve the complex problems that's all over the education sector. For example, the audio here is a problem that needs to get fixed, right? So we're experiencing a new problem that wasn't there this morning. The audio needs to get fixed, right? Probably the audio in your school needs to get fixed. So rather than accepting it, let's solve the problem, folks, okay? There are tons of things we have to solve, right? And get your students involved too, by the way. Get them involved in the solution as well. So we can get some insight from Heraclitus, who was a Greek philosopher 2 years ago. He said that good character is not formed in a week or a month. It is created little by little, day by day, one day at a time. Protracted and patient effort is needed to develop good character. So in other words, we put one brick on the wall every day, right? We add a new brick, build a new habit, strengthen that character, right? strengthen that spiritual moral dimension. If you work on that and make that the primary focus, then also that will help you to strengthen your emotional relation area, right? Sometimes we find it difficult to manage our emotions. How many of you have gotten angry the past week? How many of you have gotten angry today? I mean, oh, I'm traveling to 4 o'clock in the morning, I haven't eaten breakfast yet, I'm so upset, right? I mean, it's amazing, you know, how our emotions get in our way, right? We have to manage these emotions, right? Manage the negative ones, and focus on enhancing the good ones, right? We'll talk more about that tomorrow, by the way. Okay, so we're doing pretty good. So maybe just to change up the pace a little bit, maybe before I give the next presentation about Canis, how about you talk about the African Renaissance for a few minutes at this point? We're going to maybe put you in between the presentations. Would that be okay? No? Okay. Come on down there. Get close to the parishioners down here.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to sincerely thank all of you for making our time to hear today. It's not easy. I know as teachers and educators, we have a lot going on. But are you here means that you hear about the future of education, not only in your community, but across the continent of Africa. And so, education speaks to the new initiative of the Global Peace Foundation, which is called African Renaissance Initiative. And we're going to talk about African Renaissance Initiative tomorrow and see the relationship as our country director pointed out in the morning between education and the renewal of Africa, right? But I want to share with you that the primary content of the African Renaissance is located in the principle of Ubuntu. The principle that is known across Africa, but with various names. In different parts of Africa, we have different names for Ubuntu, but the most important thing is to recognize the interconnectedness of humans. And that I am because we are. Africa is about community. What we're trying to do with the African Renaissance Initiative is to go back to those values in the African traditional societies, the values that help African societies to take care of one another, which somehow we seem to have lost. How do we rebuild? You remember in 1994, Mandela, speaking to the African leaders during one of the meetings of the African Union, then it was still the Organization of the African Unity, you know. It was only about 2002 that we moved to the African Union. But he said something about Tunis. And that meeting was held in Tunisia. On that ground, Mandela, the man who spent 27 years in prison and became the first indigenous president of South Africa. By the way, after one term, he decided to walk away, which is not what we see in Africa today, right? But he said he took the African leaders back to the Roman Empire and how the Roman Empire destroyed a very important city in the ancient times. Carthage is located in Tunisia today. Standing on that ground, Nelson Mandela said, the Romans destroyed Carthage. Today, we stand on the ruins of Carthage. How do we rebuild the ruins of Carthage since we are standing on the ruins of Carthage? How do we rebuild Africa today since we are the sons and daughters of Africa? How do we bring back the glories of this continent, going back to the principle of Ubuntu, using African Renaissance, and how education can play a pivotal role in doing this? This will be part of what we're going to talk and discuss tomorrow. Thank you.
Just before we get into the final presentation of the day, does anyone have any questions that we'd like to ask at this point? Maybe we can do questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Enjoying the discussion building our character.
I'm sorry, my sister. You know, lunch is ready, and your health is very important. So before Tony comes in for the third package and the questions, I would like to talk to you all about this. Should we have lunch for like 20 minutes? 20 is impossible? Come again? Okay, how many minutes? Or should we move ahead? Then after the presentation, we'll have lunch, but it's going to be called. We'll have lunch. How many minutes for it? 40 or 30? Okay, 30 minutes. Is it 30 minutes? Then we are going to line up there. Then we let us reduce it to 40 maybe. Yeah, 40 is okay. Isn't you agree? 40 should be 40, so that we can finish today's packages. But we will start with the question when we come back. Is it okay with you now? Okay. Yes, thank you. We would like to stand up and we'll pray for the meal so that we have our lunch, so that we energize. Yes. We have Reverend Father, we request you kindly that you pray for our special lunch. This is a special lunch by the way. Everything is there. Please, you don't need to come down, Reverend Father.
Eternal Father, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you for your blessings. We are about to share the meal presented to us today, the literal nourishment to continue to be the signs of your presence and the signs of your love among the people through Christ our Lord. Amen. Father,
was still thinking.
Allow me to say something.
Conclude part of the presentation which is begun. So regardless of those in the line, we are resuming our presentation. If you are part of us, kindly get your plates and sit somewhere within and try to follow the presentation. So those who are outside, please come back in and we resume our presentation. Thank you, the catering team, for the nice meal. Those who have served us and those who have prepared the meal. Thank you very much. I hope somebody from here can fix the sound output, because we talked about that earlier. We hope you'll use this break to get the right equipment. So Dr. Divine is already up. But allow me in a special way to recognize all the schools, institutions, and departments that have come for this workshop. We shall duly recognize you individually at an appropriate time. Dr. Divine.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So I know you're tired. I think you've traveled a long way today, right? And we won't keep you too long more. We'll still try to finish around 4:30, okay? All right. So we're going to talk about the case for character, right? The case for character. So character is very much sought after by the 21st century workforce. So if you look at the Fortune 500 companies, which are now international companies, right? You know, with operations in, lots and lots of countries on every single continent. They're actually hiring on a new type of criteria. So I'm going to spotlight one company here, Tesla. I'm sure you all heard of Tesla, the electric vehicle company founded by Elon Musk in the United States. And when Tesla started about 20 years ago, Elon Musk actually interviewed the first 500 or so employees, right? And this is his hiring criteria, right? It's actually, before I get into this, in 2022, Tesla had 3.5 million job applications, and they only hired one out of 126. So putting it another way, if everyone in this room applied for a job at Tesla, only one of you might get hired. That's all. It's harder to get into Tesla than it is to get into Harvard University, because they're hiring on a new type of criteria. So the very first thing that they look for, that Elon Musk looks for, is this person in front of me, are they actually a good person? In other words, are they a person of character? That's number one. Do you have a positive attitude? How are they as an individual? Do they have integrity? Can they be trusted? Are they honest? This is his first set of questions that he's trying to answer. Secondly, it's around relationships. How does this person affect others around them? Are they easy to work with? Are other people going to like working with them, right? I'm sure many of you in your careers you worked in different schools with people that you did not like working with, right? So we want to have people in our organizations that we like working with. This is relationships. This is actually having mastery over relationships, okay? And then number three, how is this person, how good are they at solving tough problems? How do they make decisions around the process of solving that problem, right? Do they take initiative? Do they have to be told what to do, or are they self-driven? Are they constantly innovating like this, right? Are they innovating on a weekly basis? And then how good are they at applying knowledge, right? Not just acquiring knowledge, but applying knowledge to solve complex problems. And then some evidence of exceptional ability. In other words, he's hiring on meritocracy, right? In other words, how hard does this person work in their life? Are they developing and growing themselves constantly? What were we talking about this morning? We talked about the principle of growth. Is this person growing on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, right? Okay. And in fact, believe it or not, it is not necessarily the case for you to have a high school credential or a college degree to get into Tesla. Not required. Who are the only people these days that actually care a lot about students getting degrees and credentials, high school credentials? The educators. They're the only ones that care about this, but the real employers out there, they don't care about this stuff anymore, actually, right? Only the educators working in the 300-year-old conventional education system were kind of on automatic pilot, kind of blinded by the reality of the modern world, right? So we want to be graduating our young people with the character, the relationship competencies, applying knowledge to solve problems, continually innovating, and all of us here should be doing the same thing, okay? And in fact, so Tesla is hiring on this.
slight clarification on what is a habit, what is a character. When does a habit become a character? Yeah, and then number three, kindly requesting you to give us handout because this is very important information we appreciate. So copies and copies and the other way will be great. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, so let's talk about this question. Up until now, we've all been actually promoting the academic side, right? Pretty exclusively, and very little emphasis has been put on the character, spiritual, and moral dimension. So we are not saying it's either or, it's all of it. You have to be cultivating all four human dimensions. It's not, what I'm not going to do is switch from academics to character and stop doing academics. No, that's not what we're saying. We're very clearly saying that we have to develop all four human dimensions. But character, spiritual, moral dimension is the primary one. That's who we are. So we want to be putting more of an emphasis on this example from Tesla, right? They're hiring on character, plus competence, plus your ability to solve problems, right? So it's no longer just the acquisition of knowledge, but it's kind of like leveraging your initiative, your spiritual dimension, your ability to relate well with colleagues, and so on, your vitality. You need energy to do this, right? You're actually challenged with energy right now. You got up early this morning, so you have the energy and the vitality to make it through the day, right? You know, so we have to work on this. We have to be physically fit, right? And so on. So we have to work on all of them. So in our schools here, this is part of the blueprint, the Transforming Education Blueprint. And it's, in addition to lifelong character and holistic growth, it's also stimulating innovation, entrepreneurship, creativity, stewardship. I'm going to actually talk about the blueprint actually tomorrow. Give you the full picture, all right? Okay? And then the other thing was habit. What's the difference between habit and character? Okay? So, character is basically the manifestation of what's going on in your conscience in terms of truth, righteousness, goodness, and love. So your conscience is a really helpful thing for us. It's guiding you to be a good person. It's like it's guiding you to read a book a month. Remember I said that? That means you might have to sacrifice something. You might have to sacrifice watching TV or something to do something more useful, right? Read that book a month, right? So in the process, you're actually forming new habits, new behaviors, right? You know what I mean? But guided by your conscience, okay? You understand? And that's how you build your character. That's how you build better relationships too, you know? That's how you actually transform your physical self by having more energy and more vitality. And you become sharper cognitively and mentally. You do not have mental fog anymore. You know what I mean? So this is, we're kind of stuck in a single dimension most of our lives. So we're saying here, we have to shift. We have to make a tectonic shift and start, from here, right? It's a holistic growth, right? We have to be working on all of it, you know what I mean? And then you ask for resources, right? So Milton will allow you to get some of the resources to help you and support you to cascade this down. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay. All right. Absolutely. So Elon, before the power got cut out, he was saying that the biggest mistake that he made when he looked back at the hiring practices with the early employees, his single biggest mistake was relying too much on intellectual capability alone. So the reason I'm sharing this story, and this is not just Tesla, this is all the Fortune 500 companies, right? Tesla is an exceptional example. That's why we're spotlighting it, okay? So only the educators care about intellectual capability and nothing else. But not the world, not the employers, not the community, right? And you know, our graduates are going to form families, right? They're going to find somebody, they're going to have to find a spouse, right? They're going to have to become parents. And we're going to talk about this on Friday, but the most fundamental thing about family formation and building great families, I'm going to give you a secret of life right now. It is all about others and not about me. The focus we should have in our family is how much can I invest into the other members of the family versus how much are they going to invest into me. This is the biggest problem with couples, right? It's like, what did you do for me lately, right? How much did you make me happy this week? You know, how come you didn't do this and that and the other thing for me? So it's all backwards. The orientation is how much should what should be driving you is how much should I do for you, silently. How much should I appreciate you? How much should I uplift you? How much did I serve you? And I'll give you some really good ideas about this on Friday, right? When we talk about the family a little bit more, okay? And you know, young people who are seeking a spouse, this is often their orientation. They're looking for somebody that can make them happy, right? And it should be the other way around. It's like, I need to be working. I'm going to get married in 5 years or 2 years or whatever it is. So I need to be working on my character. I need to be working on how well I can love others. How much can I do to serve you, to uplift you, to make you, you know, the most important person in my life? I'm going to invest into you my whole life. I'm going to make that commitment. And by extension, this is how it works with teachers and students. The most important thing as an educator is not pouring content into the small brains of these students. How much do I care? How much will I care about you? How much will I guide you to start a new business? How much will I support you to pursue this career or other career? That's what those people want. And by the way, it might be a really good exercise to ask the students in your room, what do you want most from me as a teacher? Have you ever asked your students that question? How many of you have asked your students that question? Okay, you asked your students that question. Can you guys come up here, both of you ladies? You should write this down. This is a new action item for next Monday, right? That I want all of you to do. You will be surprised. You will be surprised, okay? So you ask your students, what can I do for you, right? Tell us all about it, and tell us what you said, and tell us how that changed the way you changed the way you teach. Give your name again.
I'm Shanine. Yeah. So I happen to be teaching the senior 6 class. So they were in senior 5, then when we were going to senior 6, of course I knew they are going to sit for UNED. So our first interactions, I asked them, what do you expect from me as your teacher this year in order for us to get good grades at the end of the day? Then they told me, Madam, I expect more discussions in the subject content, and to be present in their discussions. They also told me, Madam, I expect to do more tests, standard tests and topical tests, so that they're able to, because most of them are like, we know the content, but it's hard for us to apply when papers are presented to us. And besides giving us those assessments, we are requesting you come back and also revise those papers for us, and also create extra lessons for coverage. So after, when they interacted with me that matter, I stopped thinking of interacting with my students as only imparting knowledge in them, but also looking at how I can address their challenges academically.
That's really wonderful. So let's give her, I mean, a round of applause here, right? Let's give her a big round of applause. Because, you know, you ask your students, what can I do for you, right? Rather than coming in, I'm going to teach you all this stuff, I'm going to go through the whole book, maybe they have no interest in that. Maybe your students might want your help to guide them with their career. And maybe you don't know the answer, but you can tell them, I'm not sure, but I'm going to research it. And you come back and you help them the next day, right? So, are you guys committed on Monday when you go back to your school that you're going to ask your students and ask your teachers, ask your students, what can I do for you? Write that down and take action on that. We're here to learn new things and to do new things from Monday, right? And we have an example here. Now we have another example. What's your name? Huh? Esther.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, neighbors. I'm Esther from Katam Kapoge campus. I did this on my first encounter with senior ones. They are little ones being introduced to secondary education. So I asked them, what do you expect? First of all, from me as a teacher, being new learner and trying out something new that you've never tried, I asked the expectations. They opened up and told me, they told us secondary is hard, things are hard here and there. So I went down, I broke the question down because I particularly teach geography. I introduced geography, I asked what they knew about it, and they told me the same thing, geography is hard. So when I understood their perception, it helped me try as much as I can to change their attitude. Because when you ask what you're expected of, and the learner tells you, I expect you to be patient with me, just understand there's an issue with that learner. So you must try as much as you can to exhibit the element of patience, to exhibit the element of calmness, depending on how the people tell you. So I used it and I saw results.
Very much. Great job. 5. Very good. You see how bright these two ladies are? Yeah, that's actually really good, okay? So now everyone else from Monday, please do that. And have a conversation with your teachers on Friday. Share with them what you learned and how that's actually going to guide you, how you're going to do things differently in the next 3 months, right? Sounds good? Okay. By the way, Esther, you mentioned you called the students the learners. How many of you called your students the learners? What do you call them? The learners? That's what you call them? Okay then. Right, so to be equitable and fair, if you're going to call the students the learners, then you have to call yourselves the transmitters. And they should call you not teachers, but transmitters. Where did this come from? Where did this come from? Where did this idea come from, calling the students the learners? It's just habit, right? You don't even know why you do that, right? Who can tell me what is the big problem with that we have to stop doing that from this workshop? What's the problem by calling this, based on what you learned in the workshop? What is the problem with this?
Calling the student the learner, you are showing as if they know nothing, as if they are tabula rasa, as if their heads are empty. Their duty is to pack knowledge within them. But when you call them, if you don't know, I don't understand what I'm saying, yeah? Calling them learners, like you are putting yourself at the top, at the peak of knowledge, as if when you come in class, you're only going to discuss knowledge. And don't expect to learn anything from them.
but it's only you projecting knowledge to them. That's what I think.
It's actually good, and it goes deeper than this. Let's think this through a little bit, right? Based on what we learned in the workshop today, right? So if you call them the learners going forward after this workshop, what are we essentially doing? You're making them depend on you. What else is going on? What else is going on psychologically? They're acquiring knowledge. You are going deeper into the conventional educational model. You're going deeper into the 300-year-old conventional educational model. That's what you're doing. Why would you want to do that? You are completely ignoring the other three dimensions. You're only highlighting that the only thing we care about by calling you the learners is the mental cognitive dimension, which is only a part of who we are, that we need to be cultivating, right? Does that make any sense? So, if you want to call them the learners, I'm okay with it as long as you call yourself the transmitter. You're no longer the teacher, you're the transmitter. So what are we going to call them now? So what are we going to call them? Huh? The students. They're the students. You're the teachers, right?
Sorry for coming back. Yes.
We're talking about habits, right? Even you don't even know where this came from, right? It's amazing how we use things habitually, and we're here in this workshop to break these bad habits and import new habits anchored in the conscious and the spiritual moral dimension and growing in the other three dimensions, right? Okay, what do you want to say?
Okay, I just want to share this. When I was a class teacher in Old Palaces years back, we always scheduled a Wednesday evening for class teacher contact, where class teachers would go and provide counseling and interact with their students, their stream students. So, beginning of the term, I went and asked my stream, that time it was 5E, what would you like us to share more during this class teacher contact periods? And I was amazed when they said, Madam, we don't talk much about academics, because when teachers are teaching, they take us through reading tips and so on. But can you help us talk more about building healthy relationships? Because we are teenagers, we are falling in love, we are falling out of love, and we want to learn how to cope. Then I realized how important it was for these children to manage relationships, because they were assuring me if we can manage that, our academics will also be good.
Exactly. And I'm going to suggest an amazing action item that you can do starting Monday that will change the way your students will actually come to love you, okay? It's from a teacher that I know very well from California. His name is Hal Urban. You can Google him. He's got a lot of books. But Hal Urban, right, for almost 3.5 decades, he taught history. He lives in the Silicon Valley, the San Francisco area, right? And every single day, he used to come into his classroom 15 minutes early, put his bag on the desk, right? Laid out his laptop and so on. And then he went to the door of his classroom and he waited there for the first students to come in. And when they came in through the door, I need to stand up. This is what he did. He said, welcome. Nice to meet you. Come on in and sit down, okay? And then the next student, welcome. Welcome to my class. So good to see you. Yeah, come on in. He did this every single day, right? For the entire academic year. And then at the end of the academic year, he asked his students to write a reflection on their experience in his history class, right? Tell me some of the highlights, some of the things that we need to improve, right? And over a certain 5-year period, these reflections all said the same thing. The thing his students liked the most about his class was how he welcomed them at the door, and that they felt like whole people. He did not focus on their brain. He did not call them the learners. He saw them holistically as human beings with a spiritual, moral dimension, emotional, physical, and he welcomed them, right? Like a good parent would welcome their children home, right? And then all his students over 3.5 decades lamented. He said, I wish my other teachers would do that too. Why aren't my other teachers doing this? He was the only teacher in the school that did this, right? Now, how about you guys? Do you think this would be a great action item to start on Monday when you go back to your school? If you're a school head, welcome your teachers into the school, right? How do you think they will feel? Welcome your students. This is going to cost you no money, zero. And do this. It's free. And in fact, your students, you will have less disciplinary problems. Your students will be inspired to learn. They'll be inspired to grow because they feel their teacher cares about them. They love them. That's an act of love, actually, right? Which is something that is meaningful, which is purposeful. So I'm giving this example, these examples here, right? To underscore that this is real. And it's simple action items. It's just a set of simple new action items to get you started heading in transforming education in a brand new way that's purpose-focused, that is future-orientated, that is tremendously caring, right? It's going to change the game, I'm telling you. And then you and your teams can discuss more ways that you can do this. So this is not rocket science. It's simple action items that if you do them consistently, it will change everything, right? So it's 4:30. We said we would finish at 4:30, right? And we are. But if anyone has a question, a final question, maybe we can take one more question before we wrap it up for the day. Anyone have, you have a question? Yeah, come on up here. Yeah. Hello. What's your name? Winnie.
Yeah, I'm called Winnie. It's not a question as such, it's an experience that I got. You remember when we started the new curriculum? We got a lot of teachers and they were teaching a lot and sometimes different. So they were telling us, don't give them notes, don't take the lead, let them take the lead. So I entered this class which I had not taught senior 1, and I was meeting them for the first time in senior 2. When I entered, the noise was high, and all of them were talking, all of them were, you can't even know what they're talking about, but they were high. So I was like in the other old curriculum where the teacher takes the lead. Keep quiet. The boy stood up and said, Madam, for us we don't keep quiet. You are the one to keep quiet. But I had to teach. So I had to look with these people who don't keep quiet. How do I teach them? Then I discovered to teach them, you must go when you are prepared. They have to make their noise. So give them what to make noise about. And when we sit them in their groups, you will find that it's a group that discusses what you have given them very fast. So you don't concentrate on the other ones and leave these ones to make noise that is outside class. You keep adding them more work as they are making their own noise. Because if they have told you for them, they don't keep quiet. That is the truth. They don't keep quiet. So you keep giving them more questions that are related to the topic that you are giving them. Otherwise, the old teacher couldn't manage these ones. These ones are the new students. Yeah, I think we can learn from it that is the new curriculum. Most especially teachers who have been teaching in the A level, where there is no new curriculum. When they go down, they find it very hard. Many of them have hated teaching because of that noise of the new curriculum. And yet they have to make their noise. So it is us to adjust and make sure that you have continued with your lesson. You are satisfied as a teacher, they are satisfied as students.
Absolutely. So yeah, we want to really value our students. They're precious. We have to view them, it's a gift. They're not a burden, they're a gift that are in our classroom. This is the future of Uganda, sitting right there, and you can actually change their entire life. That's what a good teacher does, right? And a good school head, and a good manager, and a good university president, right? Like this. So I'm going to give you a homework tonight, okay? You guys ready? So you guys love giving homework to your students, right? Today you're the students and I'm the teacher. Okay. So here's your homework. And you must do this tonight, right? So I want you to write a personal reflection on what you learned today. It could just even be a paragraph. It could be one page even, right? Like, what were the key new things you learned today or something you realized, right? And it's very important that you write this down, you know what I mean? And accompanying that exercise, I want you to list 3 action items that you're committed to making from next Monday, based on what you learned today. Based on what I'm going to do these new 3 things differently from now on, okay? And we'll do the same thing tomorrow night as well, okay, guys? And then tomorrow, those of you we want to have a few people come up. The second question is 3 action items that you're going to do, that you're going to take from Monday that is different and new, okay? Am I communicating that clearly? So you're going to take some new actions from Monday. You're going to do 3 new things from Monday. It might be growing in 4 dimensions. It might be standing at the door and greeting your students. It might be asking them, what do you want from me as a teacher? These are just some initial ideas to get started. Or you might have you might have a new idea, okay? So, okay guys, Milton, do we have the blueprint, the promotional flyer for everybody? Do we have copies for everyone? Okay. So we have this transforming education blueprint, the promotional flyer. We asked for resources. We did make a plan to print this for you. If we have it, you can collect it on the way out. If it's not here, we'll give it to you tomorrow. Okay, guys? All right? Okay. So I think that's it for today. I want to thank you for your patience. We had lots of problems today with the audio, right? And I thank you, and you got up very early this morning to come here. You seem very... But please do the homework, okay? All right. You must do the homework. And really get a good rest and share with each other too. Try to get together and share how learn from each other and one another, okay? So I'm going to check with Milton about when we start tomorrow. Richard, Milton, tell us the start time for tomorrow. You just wrap it up here and we'll take the schedule for tomorrow. What time you should be here? And also breakfast.
Please, let's clap for Dr. Tony. Thank you so much. Dr. Tony will be traveling to Kenya, the government of Kenya with the schools and the entire system of education going to